Freeze? What do you need, boss?
Okay, see you later.
Captain, do you recall? May I take some? Farewell.
You've got something for me? Bring me anything you... Okay.
Captain, greetings. I will accept any. Let me know if I can be of assistance in the future.
Hey. I'd be happy to... Until later.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight
decided to rejoin the world. Learn to pickle. You know what, on second thought, I don't want to know. Look at all this old drilling equipment left here to rust. Not surprising, though. Mining lasers rendered these machines completely obsolete. Well, we clearly can't get through this way. Perhaps we should try making our way down using the caves in the back of the area. There's still quite a bit of mineral wealth down here. Perhaps it would be worth our time to survey the area for more. Set aside anything useful and just leave the rest.
Hey, last mistake, you should be the one dying.
Enough clutter there, or should we find some more? What can I help you with? Glad to haul what it... So long.
Of the spacers, huh? Good. Now to finish off the research, you're gonna need to collect a sample of hematite to run through the thresher. Grab a laser cutter and head back to the chamber where you came in. Once you've got a sample, thresher's the big machine in the next room. Passcode to start it is Ares 2330. Take care of all that, and we'll have Percival's name cleared in no time.
Money.
Password accepted. Initiating analysis. Compound analysis complete. Adding to existing notation. Process complete. Collect your documentation.
the elevator in that room back to the surface. There should be a key stashed in the thresher room, and the spacers didn't make off with it. I'll be waiting at the circle.
To be important. Good luck with my associate.
Be careful down near the mines and enter any active sites at your own risk.
Got the slate. Let me see. Reduced joint wear? Oh, increased lifting capacity. A dose of this stuff could make a miner way more efficient. This formula's gotta be worth at least as much as whatever Percival owes. Okay, so here's what you do. Tell Octai and the Trade Authority you found a business proposal that will make miners more efficient, higher yield, synergy, you know, all that business crap. And that you'll trade it to him for clearing Percival's debt. You good at doing pitches and stuff like that? Oh, this is gonna... Oh, and here, a copy of the formula for yourself, in case you ever want to try maximizing your... Oh, use that if you can. Good luck.
Was there something else? Do you now? Let me take a look. Here. And do remember all trans... Understandable. I'm never one to turn away an opportunity, but I'd be curious what... Aqueous hematite, iron and wastewater. Well, I'm not surprised no one has proposed something like this before. And exactly what does this new drug of yours do? An interesting proposal, if your data pans out. But where's this hematite coming from? The active mines would be too expensive to retool. The deep mines could be an option, but they're full of spacers. Or so I've heard. Well now, that is intriguing. A completely untapped resource pool, and the sort of utility every mining firm in Sidonia would be clamoring to get their hands on. We could contract out all the actual lab work, bring on one of the hungrier mining concerns for materials, the licensing fees alone. And think what it would do for our image with the general populace. This mine, reopened, thanks to the Martian Trade Authority. Very interesting indeed. And what do you want for the rights to this drug?
Dr. Walker's dead? That's it? Consider it wiped.
Well, it seems we have a deal then. And here, a finder's fee from the Authority. A perfectly reasonable amount for a discovery with this sort of potential. Wouldn't want you feeling shortchanged down the road. We'll just be taking that slate before you have any second thoughts. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Captain.
You know, my end of the buck. He's holed up in the old Red Devil's Inn. Place was sealed up tight after the UC shuttered our unit. But we snuck him in the back entrance through. Was also going to warn you about spacers down there. But, yeah, the passkey. And I'll let him know there's someone he owes one hell of a thank.
You should give that recipe a whirl. Not a lot of... I'm just gonna wait until that drug's in production. Then I'm telling everyone Percival and I saved Mars. Oh, and you, of course.
If you're going to use the elevators or stairs to reach the other levels, try to keep
I got a little bit of everything. Hello, welcome to the Sidonia UC Exchange. The best goods, all courtesy. I've got a little of this, a little of... But that's because I try to provide for everyone here. So please, browse my... Take a look.
Keep that.
Ah, friend. You see, not only do I sell goods for the United Colonies, I also need to... Why, even now I have this big delivery. Tracking says it is here, but it is clearly The ship is out in the desert of Mars, not where it should be. Ship services tells me they can look at it, but I... You could? Yes? This is what I hoped when we talked. If you go to where the ship was last seen, you could take care of anything on board that shouldn't be there. Pirates, killer robots, heat leeches, whatever. And then come back to me, so I can send someone to recover the shipment and get to sell.
Is you always have to perform. And I don't mean work. I mean it.
Welcome back. Will you tell me the word on my ship? Anything? Do I have any good... My price is maybe... For example, I buy things to... See you later, friendo.
I heard they found another new freshwater deposit in one.
Enhance offers many services such as tummy tucks and rhinoplasty. I'd rather do that than reconstruct. Stay well.
for anything in particular? Yo, hey, what's up? You looking to do some... I'm Manaki. Feel free to ask me anything. Cool. See you around.
Red and orange, as far as the eyes. I have an important... Phew, thank you. Before I was with the Navigator Corps, I was Karim. When the colony war broke out, I was... Well, there was a particularly bloody battle. We were fighting over a world in the Eta Cassiopeia system. Worst fighting I'd ever seen. We lost 12 ships that day. 12. Including my own. No. The ship was barely intact. The captain and first mate died the previous... A shrewd captain would have called for the crew to abandon ship. But I was so... I believe you. But you haven't. We fought for hours. But the damage was fatal. I gave the... As the shuttle launched, I could see it was damaged. The last thing I saw, they were... spiraling. Help. You're sorry. If I hadn't been so stubborn, so eager to prove that... Yes, they expected to serve on the best. When the dust settled, the United Colonies gave... I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give... Bad luck. Remember when you said no one but me would have pushed harder to keep the Navigator Corps going? Don't you get it? Everything I do, that's why I... After everything you've heard, all my story, no one's ever cared about me this... You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about... I practiced what I was going to say when the moment was right, and now, look, you deserve the best. Someone who can give them... I hope you'll forgive me for pushing you. Ain't you brave, coming to see a bona fide tracker.
amazing how smooth. Sometimes I feel like these mines just...
Did you know Deimos makes the majority of the ships of the UC Navy? If you ask me, that's a hell of a lucrative contract.
Here and some grass there, and this place might not look so awful. Sure they have something we can use. it was a bit like building a ship in a bottle.
doubt you came all this way just to do me a favor. Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts? Adrian sent you. She's... Did she look okay? She's fortunate to be alive at all. Hope you two had plenty of backup. So what's this she had you bring all the way down here after putting you in harm's way? Hadrian said that, huh? If she made you come all the way for this... Let's get inside. I need to see these cells.
Want to see what I'm... Bye-bye.
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the dead. Can't say I'm thrilled the Trade Authority got their mitts on the research, but I guess that's the price you pay not to live in a cave the rest of your days. All queued up. Let's gaze into this abyss, shall we? All right, just get those cellular markers tagged. Wait, where are the markers? This can't be right. This sample, it's Londinian. I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. You're not lying to me? Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen, I'd be mad and very, very relieved. Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst terramorph attack in human history. I presume you've heard of Londinian. It was a city wiped completely off the map by terramorphs. The swarms are so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy at large. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did, well, they look just like this one. I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive, either. I don't think it was transported to Tal Ceti. This specimen, it grew there, faster than any terramorph should. Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-terramorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside Londinian, that's not gonna end well for humanity.
It would be the end of us as a species.
So, you lugged this bad omen all the way here. You want to tell me what your plans are for it now? The circle, huh? Could use a drink about now. Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's get going.
accounted for. We're ready to depart.
Yes? Have something for... Maybe another time. Something you need? Let's see what you've got. Goodbye.
Greetings, Captain. How can I be of service, Captain? There is room in my... I will await your next order here.
Percival. My God, look at you. You're an old man now.
You're no hassling yourself anymore, Major. Our friend here showed me your sample. Suffice it to say...
Not here. Let's talk somewhere more private. Lou said we could use the back.
This is how Earth's very first astronauts
Lou gave me the
felt.
abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Makes two of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble. That's certainly not what I was expecting you'd have to go through. But thank you. I'm just glad you both came through intact. So, were you two able to get that workup together?
Got it right here. That sample? It's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's going to take to access our old Terramorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Varun somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out on two conditions. One, they want to see this analysis you two have procured. And two, they want to discuss what happened on Tau Ceti with both of us. The Cabinet's the UC's highest governing body. The President, top military brass, scientific and diplomatic division heads. Any major decision the UC makes goes through them. They're the only real chance we've got of unlocking the archives. So without their blessing, we're flying blind. Well, that's about the best news I've had all day. But before you commit, I want to make sure you know the whole story. Percival and I, we're not just researchers.
Oh, I know.
We were military scientists. Ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons.
Because think about it.
Place I was hiding out.
DNA.
That was our unit's home base.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC xeno-warfare. A practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. Oh, you already knew. I'm sorry about that. It didn't seem relevant in the moment, and well, it's not something I'm exactly proud of. But it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terramorphs on the battlefield. The project never got off the ground, but the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the Colony War. Under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still participating in regular politics. But if we can convince the Cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what exactly this sample might mean. And hopefully, how to prevent more attacks like the one that spawned it. I mean, I hope they will. But accessing the archives, it's not 100% up to them. They'll also need the consent of the other signatories of the Colony War Armistice, the Freestar Collective and House Varun, in order to unlock it.
Since neither group is exactly on great terms with the UC at the moment, for various reasons.
Exactly. It's going to mean negotiations and deals and plenty of diplomatic legwork to see this through. But I don't see a better option to solving what's going on here. So it's gonna be up to us to get them on board. All right. I'm gonna go get this work up into the cabinet's hands. I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis.
Good luck. You two are gonna need it.
Adherence to this law is imperative in order to avoid unwanted infestation. Thank you for your cooperation.
Stay away from the Sixth Circle unless you're a minor. Or at least you'll come crying to me if anything happens to you.
Graffiti and other street art is not tolerated per Civilian City Ordinance 5.82. Failure to comply with this ordinance will result in fines not exceeding 5,000 credits or 100 hours community service.
There are many stories and films about demons, ghosts, and other entities on Mars. No wonder.
Talk to me if you reckon you can hack it as a bounty hunter.
Ever been to Aquila?
Hi. Please disregard the siren.
Recycled air. Just isn't the same as the real thing.
I wonder how many life forms are roaming this planet. Time to find out. What is it? If you have any... Talk to you later. All right, Captain. Where are we headed next?
Hey, how's it going?
Painful memories or not, it's good to be home.
Need some work done? Anything I can help you with? Okay, no problem. I'm sure you can find... Sure, have at it. Sure, have at it.
Your immaculate mess. What can I do for you?
Just here for a chat?
Yeah, what's up? Oh, well.
Need a hand? Take it easy.
Captain, hello, Captain. Am I currently... Goodbye.
Hey, it's always a good... Hey, when you come around.
Oh my god! I literally...
If it belongs on, if you don't see what you want, feel free. Oh, please, take a... Thanks for shopping at Jemison Mercantile.
I might upgrade this ship a bit.
I'm listening. Yes, have a look. Time to go?
I'm pleased to report that our stocks are currently being... Welcome to UC... I hope we have... Right. Come back if you need something else.
You're only as safe as... I would never dream of selling. Yes, by all means. See you around.
Fill out an application today to become part of the most advanced technology corporation.
Captain! Over here! The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC, it's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus, woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin. A title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come. He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. Ultimately, though, it didn't matter. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death, on both sides. Freestar Collective and UC. Military and civilians. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned. I really appreciate you saying that. I just thought you deserved. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? Or if you've got any last minute... No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep... eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the horizon if we succeed. The Terramorph project never went anywhere. It couldn't. They're deadly creatures, but they aren't xenoweapons. The cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. That data itself isn't dangerous, which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up, should the opportunity arise. Well, thinking about it more, I suspect there'd be value in sharing the fact that the Terramorph project was, well, a failure. There's no need to be afraid of this data being weaponized. Knowing that should calm some of the cabinet's fears and make it easier for us to dispel any suspicions the other factions might have about our intentions. That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included. Where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. And the eyes were my parting gift. I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being Fleet Admiral to deal with kids. Until his defeat during the Colony War, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy. But Ve Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. Then I guess it's just a map.
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Sounds like our cue. Here we go. Captain, congratulations on joining the ranks of the Vanguard.
Ah, welcome. You must be the captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have our thanks for the risks you faced in securing this information.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Yes, well, precisely how urgent is what I hope we'll determine here today. So now, we have two petitioners here making a surprising request. Access to the UC Xeno Warfare Team's Terramorph data, currently housed in the Armistice archives. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all three Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor.
That's quite the leap, Captain. Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, Terramorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because of a single attack seems at best panic. And at worst, A power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium. I would also ask how many deaths the cabinet requires to act. 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Let's keep this civil, shall we? And while there should be no doubt the preservation of life stands paramount among this body's duties, Chief Yassine has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be sufficient to convince the other factions to grant us access to what they no doubt consider weapon data? I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this terramorph seem at all alarming to you?
That is worth considering. This attack took place on an almost completely uninhabited world. The casualties were minimal as a result. But if there's another attack, will we be so lucky?
Yes, a fine point, Admiral. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
It doesn't matter if it can be weaponized or not. The archives need to remain sealed for now. There's no reason to...
That? I hadn't thought of that, Captain.
An excellent point indeed. The other powers would likely be much more inclined to work with us knowing that. Chief Diplomat.
That point is a good one. Very well, you have my agreement. The galaxy is lucky you were here today, Captain.
You and I are in agreement, Chief Diplomat. So, if there are no other objections, I believe we can agree to give our full backing to make the request to...
An incident has occurred. Facility lockdown engaged.
Incident? Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs? More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God.
Damn it. They're here. Now.
There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanner somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, we can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, ma'am. Captain, I'm right behind you. Let's get down there.
Rifle, grab it! Now!
Please, stop! We're trying to help you!
Please! I can't stop!
Yeah? Bye.
We are sorry to...
boy.
That's it! Now hit him with everything you've got!
Damn it! Totally lost them. Thank you for what you did. We didn't want to hurt them.
The way those people were acting, I've seen this before. They were under the Terramorph's influence, weren't they?
I don't know. We tried to restrain them, get them on the train, but some of the other officers down there, we couldn't restrain them fast enough. They just...
Pheromonic projection. Some Terramorphs, it affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire. Let's do it.
That's unlocked. Please, do it.
Officer? Are you and this woman... experts? We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing, barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before. Well, one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need, but I can't risk them taking over any more of my men. Put those things down and do it fast. Hold them as best we can.
Check your scent!
useful.
Heard you might be looking for some backup. You say the word.
You two have any experience with terramorphs before?
Only the brief they just gave on the way here. But we know how to handle pressure.
Surviving a full-on mental assault isn't the same as keeping your cool in a firefight. Might make you more liability than asset.
We're not UC security. You don't need to worry about us. Your call. We're on the line.
things reached the populated areas of the city, we would have had an absolute massacre on our hands.
Guess they weren't kidding about you two. Universe put the right people in the right place. I don't want to think what would have happened if you two hadn't been here.
Just glad we could rise to the occasion. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
I going to be alright?
It walked so fast. Not now. Okay?
My partner's all right. He's getting stitched up instead of zipped up, thanks to you.
Whole building's on lockdown.
That's a relief to hear. Thank you, gentlemen. Let your people all know how much we owe them today.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, there you are. I believe we have some things we should discuss.
My officers were unprepared for what happened at the spaceport. I
Those
intend to
creatures
correct
killed
that.
UC citizens. They're not killing anymore.
Captain? Hadrian? It would appear that the Cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology. Your concerns about the Terramorphs, well, consider them validated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Of course. I only wish we could have acted sooner. Now, today's events have only clarified our path forward in the eyes of the Cabinet. You will have our full support in collecting the Terramorph data from the archives, as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the Cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian, effective immediately, to your former rank of Major. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed, first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Varun to play ball. Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right now. The Cabinet wants you, Captain, to be that representative. We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data. So, will you help us? I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support. Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be your guide on gaining access to the archives. You should be able to find her in her office across the hall. And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks. You're dismissed.
Damage to the spaceport.
Scan your
Way
fleet's
greater than
engineer,
I think we
Kulkarni.
realize.
Start getting a
Got a
plan
lot of
together for
calls
that
to
day.
make now.
We're on the cutting edge of technology here. It's an exciting place to be.
These orders. A Vanguard captain. You... Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require. That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the Terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives. You do know what the archives are, correct?
Someone paid attention in current events. So, then you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun.
Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done.
I couldn't agree more. However, both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate.
And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative.
But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Varun? Ambassador Balmore's a challenge. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval. It does, but there's a concern. We're not 100% sure Balmore's actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting.
Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice. I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there.
Ah, the good Ambassador Radcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable.
If Sam is any example of how stubborn the Freestar people can be, then I can imagine how difficult it must be dealing with this ambassador.
Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her.
Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support.
And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code.
Certainly. See, good diplomacy is all about the careful application of pressure. We just need to find the squeeze.
UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living.
But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy.
So, if you are going to try and access the device...
Now, we recovered some intel, we believe. But there's also a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information.
All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up, you're on your way.
And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how...
Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her. Be smart out there, Captain.
Hey.
You are a visitor? You're good. You're entering Freestar sovereign territory, so show some respect in there.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or conference room. That means you. I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm not happy visiting anything related to the Freestar Collective. But you lead, and I'll follow.
Terramorphs? As in more than one? All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Official business? Talk to the ambassador.
That woman isn't... Oh, sorry. Oh, you know, I was about to board the Nat to the spaceport when the alarm triggered. And, like, I've got you to thank for things not being... Well, then you have my... But look, they said you were... The ambassador likes to handle all that, even if he does have trained diplomat. And I don't want to get shipped back to Aquila City, so...
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants Terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right. I was afraid of that. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my... You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give... I'm listening. The warmongers of the UC... Are you suggesting... It's a job I take. Captain, I'm sorry, but...
I'm trying to convince her.
Visitors are only allowed. I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm not happy visiting anything related to the Freestar Collective, but you lead, and I'll follow.
I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Sorry. Everyone's a little on edge after the attack.
That woman is an absolute... Oh, sorry. Oh, what? You know, I was about... And like I've... Well, then you have... But look, the ambassador likes it, even if he does have truth. And I don't want to get... Thank you, Captain.
I'm sorry. Do you have... Ah, you're the one McIntyre called. You have my Now, she all... That now the UC wants Terramore. I can only presume... Excuse me. A less level-headed person might think that was a...
The only threats you're facing are the 8-legged variety just outside your door. Now can we please stop playing games here?
A lecture in morality from the UC. And short-sighted. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is... I will not be the one responsible. You're really gonna push this? I'm listening. No one does, Captain. The only... Preventing more... A fair point. How would it look if the collective simply sat by while more... I could be the hero here. Well, Captain, you make some good points. But if I'm really granting you access, I'm gonna need the following concessions. Your access will be limited. You can only take out the items related to stopping these terramorphs. The monitors will make sure of it. You go in once, you get everything you need on your trip, and never again. And all research done with the data will be monitored. If this data is being used to save the galaxy needs to be in... Freestar scientists will watch your people. So, do we have an agreement? Excellent. Follow me. tell me it should only take a moment. And there. Here, I'll reach out to Deputy McIntyre. We'll coordinate the necessary oversights. Two unlikely allies, I guess.
This isn't what I expected at all. It appears the flora they were using as decor has overgrown the entire embassy. It'd actually be more fascinating if its branches weren't blocking our way.
fears. Hey, that's not fair.
Can I help? Feel free to drop. Bye for now. Don't leave any of that behind.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss. Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack, then the embassy was struck with a power surge and then... silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly? Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, hmm? And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly? The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy, with little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
As the chair of Constellation, I take personal responsibility in vouching for this woman's integrity. She'll keep her word.
Well then, I shall not fear. Please, follow me. Let's hope it still works. And there. Let it be used for good.
I don't stock up on junk.
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? We're all in agreement. So the old man was still lurking around in there. Fine work, Captain. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work.
We've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules. Welcome, Captain, to the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
Yes?
There you are.
Captain, Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
Captain, if you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next. Stayed out of trouble down there, I hope.
Time for us to start getting some real answers, and figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. Yes. It will be. Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
I know your type. The freewheeling space ace. Must be nice.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies? Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen? Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position. Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the Terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms? Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
You didn't hear this from me, but those ecliptic mercenaries? The factions use them sometimes. Freestar Collective and UC both. It's why they give them a wide berth. Ask me, those murdering assholes should be blasted into space dust.
I've lived in New Atlantis almost my entire life, and I had no idea this place even existed.
the UC certainly excels at keeping secrets.
Unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor. But there are no ones here. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
I'll be fine. You go on ahead.
Welcome, Captain. Please, come down and approach the intercom. You and I should chat.
Wait. That's the killer. The one that was sent. Wait, how is he alive?
President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get. Which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am?
I take it.
Perceptive. I like that. I'm Francois Sanon, but most know me as Victus.
I knew it.
I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes. But the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here. A sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies. One final act of rebellion by the leadership that lost the Colony War. The trial was authentic. I faced tribunal with dignity, but my execution, staged. A lethal injection that was anything but. The cabinet at the time, long gone now, wished to keep me on as an advisor, and considering the other option, I was in no place to refuse. So I elected to trade my freedom for my continued existence. But such is the life of a soldier. Very astute. That's my daughter. My progeny. You've been working alongside. Has she shared with you the nature of our little family? Did she? So willing to trust Hadrian. I never did succeed in driving that out of her. Our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do. After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the Colony War. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something dealt with. There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the colony war ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him, however you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know. You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship. Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps down the line, you might become a part of our team. And this might be something of a tryout.
Ooh. You see, remember, oh god, I don't like that smile.
Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose end at long last. Though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing me for a simple cutthroat. Good. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria, Wolf System. There's a star station in the vicinity, the Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Captain Marquez, should be able to help you find our man.
This story just got interesting. So they staged his death, put him down here where he meets nobody. Does he even get to watch TV? Wow, they just monitor him every day. Kinda creepy, but you know, do what you gotta do.
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
That is certainly interesting. So they're keeping him alive just for that purpose.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy. Captain, please, keep your voice. The situation with the prisoner is a complex one. A holdover from a different era. But it's a situation we've been managing as discreetly and humanely as we can for some time now. And the most critical part of that management is making sure no one else learns. Good. Because bringing this up to the outside world would create the unfair appearance, Captain, that you're unhinged. And that's not a good look for any of us. Now, was there something in particular you needed to discuss about what we were just discussing? Dr. Reginald Orlaise? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question, but bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC. What's being offered in return? Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting? Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake, but I don't think you need to be too concerned. This is far from the first name he's handed over, and all previous missions went off largely without a hitch. So while I'd certainly warrant caution, I think you can proceed. Then I'll bid you good day, Captain.
You know what? I'm gonna go upgrade my ship now.
I wonder if I'll miss New Atlantis when Tony and I leave. There is a bit more in the back. I know we're safe now, but I'm oh, please, take a look.
Let's see here. So this...
Appreciate the business.
You should inspect your ship for heat leeches every couple landings. Looks to me like you've already... Sure, have at it.
some legs to the back, though.
Good day, Captain.
Here, Captain.
This is so cool!
Hey, how are
Ever since we talked about the Battle of Cassiopeia. Was it that obvious? I thought I could handle these memories, but until I return to Cassiopeia, I would like that. One problem, though. Pinpointing the crew's shuttle wreck. I think we need to start. What's there to tell? Still, I'll never forget my finger hovering over that launch button. Would I? It turned out that my shuttle had just enough power to... I had no... Hold on. I don't know. For that, we are going to have to head to Mast and see if we can get the information from my old friend. Your instincts are right on. Logan and I butted heads more than once during my time with the Navigator Corps. Look, I hope this isn't asking too much. Last thing I wanted... Truth is, I'm scared. If I begin to fall apart, I know you will. You've always been there when I've needed your help. I've been so busy searching the stars for answers. Something I've seriously considered sharing with you for a long time. You're right. Hey, anyway, I've taken up enough. Hopefully, it'll...
Please tell me you're here to help, not to try and steal my ship. Welcome aboard, Deputy. Sorry, I was tracking a crew of outlaws that's been trained. Bastards got the drop on me. I ran them. As you can see, I ain't much. Just patch her up enough to get to Hopetown. The rest can... Thanks. I owe you one.
We're happy to help.
That should get me home. You're right. They were pretty beat up, so I don't think they got real far. But if they make it back to their hideout, we can't let them. They look to be heading for Polvo's moon. Good hunting. They were pretty beat up, so I don't think they got real far. But if...
So, where to next?
Do you need it? Your clothes clean, your boots polished, your mirror shine.
space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband. Scan complete. You're clear to land.
While we're here, we should swing by Hope Tech Star Yard and see if they have anything interesting for sale.
I don't want to hear any complaints.
It's great to see you. How is Ma?
Oh, same as usual, except now all she does is goes on and on about how her youngest is made. Excuse me, a little time.
I remember meeting Ron Hope once. Idealistic and perhaps a bit of a dreamer. But you have to admire what he's accomplished.
Keep an eye on your valuables. You can't protect your own.
Questions for you. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to Admiral Logan sooner rather than later. I do? Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be terribly far. Let's go.
You made it. Those outlaws didn't give you... Good. I'm sure it didn't hurt. You've got good timing. A courier just came in from Aquila. The Marshal sends his regards along with a briefing on your case. I was surprised as hell to learn about the starship theft. Nobody said a word to me about it. Anyway, Mr. Hope can see us whenever you're ready. If you need to take a little time first, feel free. His office is upstairs. He's in a meeting, but it should be rapid.
Ron Hope certainly embodies the saying, spared no expense.
Already told you this, but I'll say it anyway.
Extended warranty.
Ron Hope isn't just the founder and president of Hope Tech. He's on the Council of Governors. The council oversees the Freestar Rangers, so don't rile him up. I've spent a long time trying to build a good relationship with Hope. He comes on a little strong, but there's a lot to admire about the man.
We'd be dust except
Everything
for
you
the
see
factory.
around you, he built. Pretty much everyone in this town owes him for their livelihood. Can't begin to imagine the kind of pressure that must put on someone. All I'm saying is, try to show a little respect.
Enjoy your
All
visit
the
to
way
Hope
up.
Tech.
Is it just me, or does every executive in the settled systems have an office on the top floor? I guess being above everyone makes them feel like they're, well, above everyone.
need is a coffee machine right next to my desk.
Off-worlders. Nothing good ever comes from them.
Finally, that contract's out the door.
You have a death wish or something?
Just keep in holster. Workers like to play hard here. They deserve it.
If you'll excuse me, I am on duty. How's it going?
Not usually. Local security. Every once in a while, though, we need access to sensitive information. Badge or not, some folks aren't fond of letting us poke around in their books. Honestly, though, it's not. Most people are willing to work with us because they know it's in everyone's best. Think of it as a small... The small picture is local trouble. Things that... Handling that is We Rangers protect the entire Freestar Collective. So we deal with problems that... Smuggling rings. That's why there are Rangers stationed in different settlements. Bye.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you what an outrage it is to have a ship stolen right out of the factory. Justice must be done, and the sooner the better. That's good news. Of course, I want the thief found. And I'm sure I don't need to remind you. I'm glad we are.
I'm not certain why you choose to back this Freestar elitist snob, but that's your choice.
Now, tell me that you've at least... Though what happened after the ship was taken doesn't concern me. What does concern me is making sure that this... Well, I'm not sure I can be... Because I told them not to. If word got out, it would do I'm in fierce competition with others. What's more, every starship thief in the settled systems who would... What? Nonsense! We vet our people thoroughly here. HopeTech holds it. Nevertheless, I suppose I could have Cosette conduct a... Rest assured, if we turn up... We questioned everyone who was in the building when it happened, and not one. Frankly, I think that's both highly unlikely and more. However, I can't deny there are times when the hangar is empty, so it's not... No, nothing at all. It was... Not that it didn't have great value, mind you. Hope Tech builds some of the most You can bet my ships last twice as long as anything Stroud Eklund. Very well. I need... This town is home to men. I provide jobs that put food on. If word gets out about the stolen ship, my investors will lose...
Well, heavy is the head that wears the crown. I'm sure the burden of... But the deputy has responsibility.
Despite what you think, I have great respect. But my primary concern is... I'm glad.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Hope, but there's been a development.
Not now, Cosette. I'm in the middle of something.
But sir, we have new information. I've just received a report that the stolen ship was seen landing at Neon just after the theft.
A breakthrough at last. Well, Deputy, it sounds like you'll be heading to Neon, which means I can get back to work. Remember what we discussed. My people are depending on you.
Hey, can I get a word? That wasn't as helpful as it could have been. Still, at least you know where to pick up the trail. Let's hope. So, guess you're headed for Neon. There's a ranger stationed there. He's a little different than the rest of us. But a neat... He should be able to help you out. Well, we've both got work. It was good to meet you, Deputy. Yeah, the question of who helped the starship. Don't you worry. You be careful in Neon.
If you're waiting on approvals, take it up with Gal, mate.
You okay? That was a hell of a jump.
Ron Hope's a damn hero, Mike.
Sarah Morgan. It's been what, almost 10 years?
Admiral, it's, good to see you again, sir.
You're not required to address me as sir. That protocol ended the moment you dropped your clusters on my desk, remember?
Look, Admiral, I'm not here to open old wounds.
Old wounds is an interesting turn of phrase, given our past. Listen to me, Commander. I'm not sure why you're here, but whatever it is, why don't you just get to it?
I'm here because I need your help, Admiral.
You need my help. That's interesting. The last time we spoke, you made it quite clear that you were turning your back on the Navy.
That was a decade ago. Things change. People change. Admiral, please. I didn't come here to argue. I'm here to come to terms with my past.
Your past is sitting in a closed file in the archives. That's where you left it when you walked out on the United Colonies. And what about you? Just who in the blazes are you anyway? Very well. Then, as a good friend, perhaps you could kindly explain to me why I shouldn't have the boat.
With all due respect, Admiral, this is ridiculous. If you have a...
I don't have a problem with you, Commander. I'm simply trying to determine why you deserve the... That's quite a noble gesture.
It's about Cassiopeia, Admiral. I'm heading back there to find out what happened to the crew of the Dauntless, and hopefully, to bring...
That sounds like a dangerous operation. I understand. Mental scars left by war rarely heal quickly, if ever at all.
I want to put an end to the sleepless nights, the nightmares, waking up in cold sweat.
I understand. And I believe I owe you. Our last encounter has obviously distorted my impression of your character.
If you wouldn't mind allowing me to access the files regarding my rescue, I'd be...
That shouldn't be too difficult. I've sent all the relevant information to you, Slades. Was there anything else?
No, Admiral. Thank you.
You don't need to thank me, Commander. I just hope you find...
We should make sure we're well supplied for the trip to Cassiopeia.
Okay. Hello.
got anything you need to offload?
Sure.
Hello. You may. I have no I am powered by wheels and cog. Constellation has seen to it. That I possess a near encyclopedic knowledge of human history. I have been programmed to comprehend all modern and ancient. My body is crafted from reinforced metal, and therefore incompatible. Logically, I believe the correct answer to be the airplane, followed shortly by the computer. Humans could not have become a spacefaring species. Illogically speaking, I am inclined to believe that books were your greatest invention. I have spent. They make good case studies in how your species could have made a mess of its entry into the stars. I am looking at one. I hope that was a suitable response. Constellation did not equip me with a sense of humor. I have done my best to mimic Barrett's. This is a difficult question to pose. However, I find that the music of ancient Japan has a pleasantly mathematical sound. The same is true of the works of European composers. I have dedicated significant time to processing these compositions. You are an exceptionally curious. Constellation recovered me from an abandoned lunar robotics factory. I am told I was in quite a state of disrepair. Barrett elected. Since then, I have been Constellation is an exceptionally driven and intelligent group. My programming dictates that That is a difficult question to parse. However, I have been kept busy since Constellation acquired me. In a geographical sense, the Lodge cannot be missed, but I presume that you are using miss in this context to mean long for. Barrett, however, regularly complains about missing the Lodge's amenities during our travel. Your vital signs indicate that you are currently in a state of there. Very well, please proceed. Lunar Robotics is a manufacturing company. Their headquarters was once located on Earth's today. Lunar Robotics products. It is impossible to read. If you are asking for a summary of... Based on my understanding of Barrett, I find you to be a more measured and logical captain than Barrett. My likelihood of expiration due to corporeal destruction has been significantly reduced since coming aboard your ship. You should consider this a disengaging conversation.
Time to move on.
Hey, you need something?
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Hey, what can I do for you? Sure.
can't believe I'm here. I'm okay. Phew. Okay, so, yes. Yes, this is correct. Those rock formations. I will. Once we get to the campsite, will you? Let's go. This must be some debris from my shuttle. Not exactly a textbook landing, but I didn't have much of a choice.
Alright, I'm gonna go lay down. Y'all have a good night. Boy. So I'm really tired. I got really far in the game at least. And we got a new ship. So we made some progress, but I'm gonna have to unplug quick. I'm getting really tired. We have a good